Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday, as it were. And welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm Drizzly Z, you can call me Lee, and how could they do that to my beloved boy, Kazoo? How could they lock him into, another room on the ship and pretend that he's dead? For what? My character arc? He's, he's fine. He's just eating, yogurt and, cereal in another room. He's eating, oatmeal and Pop-Tarts. He's eating a menagerie of breakfast foods in another cabin. That's the only thing they serve on this ship. And they're just telling me that he's dead so I can have my character arc. He's alright. He's fine. It's good. It's good! Guys, it's good. He's fine. Alright, 9th of January. Where did we leave off? We just proved that the extremely bearded Russian man was, in fact, a very frail, thin Russian ballerina. And that was just about it, I think. This will be great for your character arc later on. Oh, yes. The classic parent's excuse. It builds character. Oh, we did finish dancing with another man right after our husband was relocated to another room. Yes, that's true. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. Unless, we do him favors, like telling him a nice compliment and, giving him a back massage. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Fuck knows. Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Maybe we should ring the emergency bell. That'd be cool. Oh, I've already inspected it, unfortunately, and everyone knows you're not allowed to inspect it twice. Unless we give him beef stroganoff, he won't leave. We have to give him, a clone of himself? I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no. Definitely not that. You already threw me hard enough. You threw me like a fucking USPS driver, man. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter, understand? Under a cozy blanket? Understand. Maybe I should just steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. I don't know, maybe he's racist. He'll think that I'm some other Asian guy. Okay, so he's not here. I must find the stupid detective man elsewhere. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga's managed to uncover any new clues. Haya? Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Okay, let's go elsewhere, I guess. We can't go in there. Let's go back home. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? I mean, clearly not. He's constantly bleeding from his mouth. I think something fucking happened to him. Or he's got, I don't know, Ebola or something. Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. You never know. Yeah, but is he, like, out there, or what? Anyone in here? Oh, it's you. Tuberculosis. Probably. Maybe just a little tummy ache that involves, like, severe internal hemorrhaging, you know? Oh, speaking of internal hemorrhaging, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your faces. Please, don't worry about it. I've suffered worse. They're just scratches and severe bruising. External hemorrhage, perhaps. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? And then he did. And then I had to swim back to the boat on my own. But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Yeesh, this man is ride or die. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. Frankly, he looked a little bit stupid. I think his name was something like Erlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Severely goated. Yeah, he is ride or die. He will, you know, lay his life on the line for, like, a guy that has been accused of murder twice? Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. The greatest, homie. Yes, let's do it. Yeah, about that cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova, she's in the cabin next door? I'm a huge fan. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oh, actually? Oh, dude, are you... Jesus. Oops, I think I upset him there. No, I think he just overexerted himself being excited. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Brother, just because you simp for her doesn't mean she's innocent. Listen, even if she killed someone, you can still simp for her. That's how fictional characters work. Oh, I guess it's real to you. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? I mean, brother, if you've ever heard about the story of how, you know, Lucifer kind of came to be, man, I think you would reconsider. Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? You remember true crime? Oh yeah, people will simp over killers. See, that's where it kind of gets a little weird. But like, I guess like to each their own, right? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What you got for me, homie? What's this new information you have, Inspector? Oh, Jesus, the fucking glass of of the one bruised eye is like fully gone. Brother, you can take them off. It'll look better like that. It's this. The Buddha's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? You mean post-relocation report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. Half blurry is better than fully blurry? See, yeah, if you're thinking practically, but if you're thinking aesthetically. His neck was broken? And we all know that, you know, Nikolina Pavlova couldn't have done that because women in detective stories only use poison. Like, if it's against a man, it has to be poison. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. So a giant club that she stores in her suitcase, laced with poison. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Bare hand. Poor Kazuma. Or the suitcase itself, yeah, possibly. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. I also printed a second copy specifically just to give to you. Ride or die. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? True. Oops. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Bam, 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 bam. Report from the SS Buddha's medical officer giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. No traces of external injury or poison. Yeah, she couldn't have done it. Male Far Eastern. Just say Japanese, man. Sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Interesting. The killer just one-punch man and relocated Kazuma with a single punch. Yeah, he punched him into next week. So I'll see him next week. It'll be fine. Yeah, what about, Airlock Sholmes? Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. He seemed to be crawling around like a crab. Strange man. Tall and handsome, but very strange. No obvious injury. There's still a chance. I'm telling you, man. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish!" was all he said. Shoe polish? Wonder what he meant. Oh, this. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? I like to imagine he was on all fours and, like, just to test. You know how, like, detectives do that thing where they, like, take a swipe and, like lick it to check, like, what the fucking substance is because they can't properly go to a lab and test it themselves for some reason. You know, that's a really good way to kill a detective, I think. Like, you just leave a fucking smear of poison somewhere at a crime scene, and then they'll, like, dip their fucking finger in it and then lick it, and then they die. He didn't lick it, he drank it. I like to imagine he was on all fours. Like, and he licked the fucking floor. Because it was like, it's gotta be dry by now, right? This happened, like, several fucking hours ago. So he couldn't, like, swipe it, so he had to, like, straight up lick the floor. What a fucking weirdo. Actual dog man. Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. He just knows what it tastes like. Ace Attorney asked Ted. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish in Kazuma's shoe as they scuffed on the floor? Imagine dying in an Ace Attorney-like style. That's a way to go out, honestly. I want to die by Rube Goldberg machine, you know? You know, oh no, you know how I want to die? I want to die fucking Ghost Trick style. Like, ass up. Killed by a 10-part machine. That requires a ghost's intervention to stop. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Also, how does this guy, like, blend into the all-Russian crew here? And death by Snoo Snoo? Probably not. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends, and possibly more. I won't tell. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. Same. My head's still throbbing too. The fuck did they do? They drug us? Shoe polish.
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
It looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. Where's the other half? But the other half is nowhere to be seen.
And then there's the brick-colored mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to what, to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? He licked it.
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's hardly a reason, is it?
It's reason enough. He's hot and therefore right.
So it's clear that these letters were written in the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor, and they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? It's very long. I mean, I guess in Japanese it's only 4 characters if you spell out naruhodo, or like ryu no suke. That's like what, 5? Or 6, technically.
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it. If there was a hot himbo detective who acts permanently high, I would simp too. No. He's not high, he's just on, like, really weird cocaine. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma-sama Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. He smoked catnip. Perhaps.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were.
Yeah, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. Probably not.
I'm not sure.
It's probably whatever's in the fucking suitcase. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Catboy? I would argue that Sholmes is more of a golden retriever, honestly. All the books provided for the passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember.
Oh, yeah, and you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabin leads to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
I don't believe you. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
Oh. Oops, no. What the fuck are the buttons to, like... Oh, there they are. Okay. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
Sholmes the kind of guy to get high from oregano. Yeah, it's all, like... What's it called? Placebo effect with him. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. How do you keep that book in your sleeve if you're pointing it down? I'm not gonna question it.
She called it her friend, didn't she?
Yeah, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet.
I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. And by now, it must have fucking suffocated.
A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Okay, I guess we're done here. Maybe I can talk to you? Yo, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went out to the next door cabin to invest. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosanaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Oh, but the cold room's so good. It's so nice going in the cold room because it's too goddamn hot out right now. He's gone back to guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. The place that he worked?
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will. Sure, but like... how? There it is. I think that's it here. I guess I'll move back to here. Yep. Yeah, the whistling is strange. Like, maybe she was whistling in her room, but like... there are more planes in the sea than submarines in the air. I mean... that's what the government wants you to believe, you know? They're secretly planning a submarine airstrike right at all of your locations right now.
Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff has gone!
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us, that has tire tracks on his face for some reason?
All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Brother, when I first got into anime, do you know how hard it was to remember all these Japanese names? Tra-la-la. Who? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-la-la-li-ra-li-ra. Oh. Tra-la-la-la-la-li-ra-li-ra-lay. I did it the great detective way.
This caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
What if he's in there? Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Let's break in, baby! Wait, investigate some more in this area? Hold on. Hold on now. Ah, there he is.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look!
Here comes the boy! Gay little detective is a little misleading. He is very tall, as of the game's description. He's a big gay detective. Well, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-la-lee-da-lee-la-lay. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? He's very tunnel visioned.
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. That doesn't even rhyme, man. Mr. Sholmes! Ah, what is it? You want to fight? Look at him. Oh, God. Look at him. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now's a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you please put those fists away?
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
It is a bastardization of Capera. Yeah, basically. Like, sorry if I butchered the pronunciation of that. I don't think I've ever actually heard it said out loud. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh, yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Oh, you dumb fuck! Naruhodo, you truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Is that supposed to be racist? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Sholmes the kind of guy to spend the last of his money on 2 lobsters. Please don't bring me back to my Yusuke obsession. Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry to this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely! Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. I guess he was too busy doing something sus. Like murdering someone that isn't my boyfriend because he's alive in another room eating breakfast foods.
Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
He's being a sussy baka? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habits of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are the important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Oh, okay. I guess that's just in my mental file now. Yes, my mind palace! Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Wow, he actually, you know, his brain cells really, you know, they finally hit the corner like a DVD logo. Ah, you were starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance. Oh, ugh. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Neuron activation. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. I can tell because you're doing the lost in thought expression.
It's just, well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too?
I think they're drugging us. Oh, examine your body for any, like out-of-place scars.
I don't know why she's British.
Like, examine your body for any out-of-place scars. Perhaps they've been harvesting our organs in our sleep.
A singular spark of thought, now back to your regularly scheduled himbo. There's a dish on the floor. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh! Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things!
There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
She's right. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. You're a lot better at this than I am.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port, in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really? Aw. You do care.
We must solve this case, Naruto-san, by ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Now let's go through all her shit.
Naruto-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. It's not like there's Narnia back there. Also, I'm fully out already, okay? Like, I don't care if they murder me in England. I don't know, like, how accepting they are there. Like, when I'm not in Japan, I'm out, okay?
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Oops. It gets static PNG'd. Oh, fuck. My model is broke. Toot, 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 toot. Okay. And we should be good. Hey. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. What do they use to animate all this? Oh, I mean, I rigged this myself in pngtuber Plus. Live 2D is for like proper, you know, tracking models. But as far as like pngtubers go, you can kind of just rig it to move like this and track like when you're talking and such.
Yes. Although what a fool a shipmaster must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Yeah, and then also get gas leaked.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Interesting. What's behind door number 1? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either.
Man, like, I sure wish I had a door that fucking sealed. It sure would help with, not insulation, it's already hot enough in here, but like, noise dampening. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. Starting to see why they suspect me. Listen, I learned all of this because I thought it would impress the other boys, okay? The rules. Yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Booty has rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
Randomly open a door and it transitions to a game of Deal or No Deal. Choose a suitcase. Now, are you ride or die with this suitcase? Or will you switch to another suitcase? I wonder where her friends disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yeah, so do I. Hey look, your fucking books are toppled over. I didn't do this one, Susato. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Man, they stock all these books and they don't even, like, fill the shelves. I guess there's some on the table, but, like, that's not enough, you know?
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know, it seems like she wanted to get away from ballet? I don't know, would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. Let's see you come up with something, smartass. Must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. I couldn't even get in here, Susato.
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Oh, speaking of, like, pump it up, I did play on I went to an arcade on Sunday with some friends, and I attempted to play Dance Dance Revolution, and then realized that as good as I am at, keyboard rhythm games, it turns out that being physically unfit is actually a detriment to playing dance pad rhythm games.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open!
It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the Hesburdia. You'd be killer at DDR in that you'd kill yourself playing it. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now?
What's that?
Oh, fuck. Tornado alert, guys! Get it in your bunkers. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted at a quarter-mile forward. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Shit. What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What? Oh, fuck.
I can't stand!
Susato-san, hold on to me! Actually, I'm gonna hold on to you! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san.
Looks like we avoided a collision.
I think...
Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness! What about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Oh god. Hello, is the stream okay? Like, OBS said that it disconnected for like half a second. Are we good? Are we okay? Who is this? Hosonaga? Okay, we good. Cool. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Oh, yes.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? We didn't lock shit! Oh, shit. Oh, the fuck?
Look at that!
The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. And the picture. They're just like they were before again.
Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. In a very vivid stasis way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. Oh god, another murder? Sorry, the first murder on this ship? I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Getting all my fingerprints all over everything, but it's okay! They don't have that technology yet. Probably. I think. What? To be continued? I'm only an hour into the stream! We're continuing, guys. In before, like, the next part is just 6 fucking hours long. Impressive. Ryu can memorize the position of every book on the shelf. 5-hour stream. Let's go. Please, no. This is all actually part of the Duskbreaker. Oh, God. We're still in the simulation, guys. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Suzata-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt, and I gently opened the door. Oh my God, who's dead behind there? You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yeah, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? I don't want to solve Lock P. Yeah, this entire game is just a big fucking lock in Vivid Stasis chapter finale. We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how'd that happen? It was just an iceberg. We're still on course with it, but I'm sure we can power through. There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos! Passengers are screaming! Crew are running everywhere! This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean... I bet it was fucking Sholmes. Someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed in all black! You are the devil! That's racist, ma'am. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil's a first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. Oh, my model's gone. What the fuck? Oh, God. What happened? I didn't touch anything. Why did it turn off? It perished. There it is. Okay, Jesus. Imagine if we didn't steer out of the way. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! Is it not enough that he's killed a man? Okay, you definitely fucking did it. Duh! And he is stowaway as well! If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? What? Take him away! He is a trespasser as well as a homosexual! Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right, you are a devil! Doesn't look good, does it? There is a cell below deck. Throw him in! Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Why do you have a cell on board? What? Is that standard? Please! Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. Shit! This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately! Well, hello. Bish, I do shit. Homosexual? This isn't Twitter, but it's also like just barely the fucking 20th century. So, get out!
Listen, I'm sorry that we stuck in here without your permission, but get out now! We just needed to investigate in here to help it.
I don't know what that says. Someone please translate. What does this say?
Ugh, it's no use. She's not gonna listen. I need to find someone who will.
There it is if you need that. You're up! Oh, goodbye. I see. Oh, wait, is that... Hold on. Oh, is that Das Vidanya? Sorry if I butchered that, but I think I know that specific phrase. Is that Das Vidanya?
Please, just give me a little more time.
I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell. Means goodbye. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, okay, it is Das Vidanya. Okay, cool. Thanks, but no thanks.
But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone.
That is what killer would say. And trespassing and stowing away.
Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues and, well...
Enough! You are guilty! Ship's cell is the only place fit for you!
Come on, there has to be someone! Some savior to rescue me from this crisis!
Oh god, there was a pack of bubblegum in the fucking washing machine? Tragedy. Tragedy.
You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean.
Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue.
I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries.
I'm really sorry.
I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. I will die in your place. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once.
I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Kazuma, come down, please! You've eaten enough breakfast, surely. Surely. I'm sorry. What is my man doing? What's he fucking doing here? What is he doing? What the fuck? What are you doing up there? Mr. Schultz! He's dressed up! He's got the tiara on! Mr. Sholmes!
Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that, as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no, no.
Well, why were you hanging from that hook before, then?
Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. What? I wish to determine that if it would... What? If it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce.
It's a hook, my man, for clothing.
Ah, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not.
Sholmes is this close to figuring out how it feels to chew 5 gum. Yeah, he's real close. He's on 4 gum already.
Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector! I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak!
I would marry this man. Even after he hangs from the wall and puts a tiara on. I guess especially after that, right?
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved by me, naturally.
I sincerely doubt that, my man. Rubles are cheaper alternatives to dollars, just 40 times cheaper. Well, this is like a bajillion years ago, so inflation, that tiara's gotta cost like a bajillion dollars by this point.
Shit! What? Really?
We might have another dance battle. Yes, maybe.
Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Yeah, here's the fucking music. Here we go. Oh, maybe not.
Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case.
Like Sonic or like Phoenix?
We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when he found criminal in wardrobe.
50k rubles today, adjusting for inflation, would be somewhere around 200, 300k rubles, around 10k USD. Oh, that's less than I thought.
It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside.
Well, I have a solution for that.
That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Duh! Locked room! That is point!
The room was locked. I couldn't have done shit.
Well, can't deny that. Sholmes will be unironically godlike at DDR. Yes, he's amazing at every hobby except for detective work. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. Except, you know, the one time we literally just saw it do.
You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there was another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
Well, yeah, but your arm is massive, man. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks.
You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like to be some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Okay. I think I know where he's going with this. He's gonna say, okay, it was a snake. The speckled band was a snake. And then he's gonna be like, she ordered the fucking snake to kill him. Like, she ordered the snake to, like, go into his room through the ventilator and then kill him. But then we're gonna have to be like, dumbass, read the fucking postmortem. He didn't die by poison. In fact, he's not dead at all. He's in another room eating breakfast foods.
Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin.
What's he doing? Yeah, Mr. Sholmes, what the fuck are you doing?
There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready! What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores! Behold!
Yeah, what the... Well, I think we found the pet, guys. Well, that explains the tire marks.
Allow me to introduce you all to the band! The Speckled Band! A snake? Indubitably.
When the fuck did you find this thing? He's dying. This man cannot breathe. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing.
Pray, what troubles you?
Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the Striped Band, wouldn't you?
Immediately fucking debunked. What a fucking moron. Ha 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 ha.
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly?
I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought.
You have a train of thought, you think?
Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
A trolley of thought. Yeah, he just takes like a brisk walk between thoughts, but he gets distracted by every other thought that he has in his special mind.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin.
Huh?
And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No, we had him defanged.
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right, he's hit the nail on the head.
This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi.
A live stream of the trolley problem, except, you know, the trolley is constantly killing everyone on every track. Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head, and also can't breathe, but I think he's powered by pure rage.
I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
Yeah, like this man is constantly killing off brain cells as he speaks. Intruder's identity.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
She's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
Oh, is it not? Is her pet not actually the snake? Where did he acquire a studio light? It's his vibe. That's his superpower. Like, every Ace Attorney game has a superpower, but this game's superpower is, like, Sholmes is a theater kid.
And yet that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. So obviously you have another snake that's speckled and went into his room. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Ah, yes, that with which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you are talking about.
Yeah, all lawyers have airbending, and Sholmes is like a light bender, I guess. I dream to have a husband that can just summon stage lights. Literally don't bother about a literal snake literally trying to suffocate a human. Yeah, he's fine.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then spectacled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin.
That's not how fucking snakes work, Sholmes. They can, like, slightly change their pattern, but they don't go from fucking speckled to striped. They just go from striped to slightly different stripes, man.
A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it to be found in the deepest depths of India.
There are snakes everywhere, my man. A beloved speckled snake. How Mr. Asogi died. How is that one fucking topic?
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why?
Stop bullying him, he's perfect. Father, I love him.
According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom.
We already know that's false. He had no poison in his system.
Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no! Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will provide the cause of death conclusively.
Brother, have you not read the updated autopsy report?
The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friends.
This makes no sense.
There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
How did anything living breathe in there? Girlie, you are a terrible pet owner.
When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't?
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. There was your signal. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you would use to train your serpent friend. Like those, those snake charmers that play the flute in India.
To train?
Indeed. You'd put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true!
I didn't even have a snake! Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever.
Sholmes, honey, go to bed. Alright, Grandpa. That's enough for tonight. You need to go to bed.
That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
I think this is actually, like, how someone died in an actual Sherlock Holmes case.
Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band.
They're all like, are you fucking high? This is how Kazuma felt when I missed obvious shit, huh? Tragic.
Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature.
I don't... Sholmes, snakes don't have tits? Like, I don't know how to explain this to you. Like, snakes are not mammals. They don't have tits. And the existence of snilk is horrifying. I don't like that. Snakes don't drink milk, Sholmes. Snilk. Incredible. That was so fucking wrong. You've solved the mystery.
Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Yeah, I guess they believe that, but anyone with, you know, more than 3 brain cells, like Susato, is like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course! What's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all...
Oh god, she brought out the fucking encyclopedia.
Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk?
Ah.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding, and perhaps she just enjoyed drinking milk out of a saucer on the floor herself. I'm not one to judge. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling.
But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play the music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, she's British now, whoops. I mean, she's British in the cutscenes. I guess that's not too off. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless!
Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
Yeah, fuck you have against reptiles, asshole.
There is one other thing.
Susato, please! He's already dead! You have more!
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves.
Talk your talk, snakes are bad.
So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the one in the cabins.
Then it should try harder! He really just said skill issue to a snake!
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Damn. I think they're like fact-checking an actual Sherlock Holmes story, because I'm pretty sure, like, the Speckled Band is an actual, like, Sherlock story where someone gets killed by a snake like this. And, like, Ace Attorney is just like, actually, that makes zero sense at all. Defeated. Embarrassing. I don't think it's even her snake, man. like maybe the snake is the guy that it's wrapped around.
I think we need
to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Susato, why don't you do it? Like, you clearly know everything wrong with his argument.
Oh, it's because I can't dance around in this kimono. It's very difficult to move, actually.
Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, right.
So cast your eyes down to your wrists again.
What? When the fuck did you do this?
You've done it again.
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go?
No one saw him do this. How? Claims Snitties and Snilk. Skill issues a snake. Dies of 1d4 facts damage.
Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done.
Hope... How's it going? Okay, well, this guy just implied that snakes have tits, and that a snake could, like, effectively be trained to assassinate someone. So, that's how it's going, I think. Snilk, yes.
Really wish he'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin! Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
Edited version. My turn! Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! You're an idiot!
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova.
Okay. Aching heart. Hello. Look at him in the background. Claw scratch. Hey.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! It looks like a very painful wound.
It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
It's probably a little kitty. There you go.
Yes!
Yes! My new updated deduction final 1, 2, 1. When you key smash to name a file, but name's already taken.
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, as I was about to say, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh.
Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
Ah, and that is exactly what a killer would say. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
Nope.
Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? And last I checked, I don't think snakes have claws. Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't.
Someone get the snake off. No, it's fine, he likes it.
They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Everyone's an idiot in this game. Isn't that good? Isn't that your type?
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Picture. Comically stupid, not twink ally stupid.
Look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
Kitty!
She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, that's true, but personally, I'm into men. It's the little black creature that she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova's cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san? For the blackest outfit. What?
A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
You're... Let it go, you're choking it. Listen, the kitty is rambunctious. She needs to hold it very tightly or it will get away.
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. As I was about to say, thank you for, just reiterating the point I was about to say, Naruhodo.
Oh no!
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
A new member to the itty-bitty kitty committee.
Dorka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darko would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Why is it called a Russian blue if its fur is black? Make it make sense, Russia! The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this.
The blue on the name has to do with the light reflex over the gray fur. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. He expects bright blue... He expects bright blue fur, you know? If it's called a Russian blue.
Oh, but it does! You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin.
Did you see that? He's still talking about the snake, even though we've redirected into the cat. She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she just left it in her pocket, no one ever would have known.
Every fucking Ace Attorney case ever.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
Not really?
If I thought deduction was his specialty here. Maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Oh, it's a cat toy. A snake's sloughed skin. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy. Long piece of cloth of some sort. And then that looks like a handle at one end.
I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently.
How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it.
Haha, that sounds positively adorable. Oh, I bet Kazuma would have loved that. Kitty toy.
Yes!
Yes! Yeah, in fact, it doesn't have to do with a snake because we've course corrected. Yes, that thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. Kitty got away. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka.
My kitty!
A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found.
No, she hates a kennel.
You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. The kitty vented! Photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered into the court record. I bet there's something on the back!
It was after I gave her her food last night.
Oh, I guess not. But look at that bell! That sure looks familiar. He's smart, but only when he gets nudged in the right direction. He's smart, but only when, you know, someone does the hard work for him. The actual brain work, I guess.
That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. She vented. She was sus. But I couldn't let her be ejected. Darka, she's so naughty.
A beloved kitten. Now, hear me out. I don't think cats can give venomous snake bites. However, I do think that maybe, like, the cat went into his room and was just doing zoomies across the floor. And then he tripped over it and, like, killed himself accidentally on, like, the suitcase or the desk or something. You know? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? Cat went to his room and chose violence. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom.
What? What? What Mr. Shom says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Shom seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yeah, no.
Yes!
Yes! Yeah, he didn't lose his life at all. He's still alive. He's eating Pop-Tarts in the other room, amongst many other breakfast foods.
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other.
Totally, man.
He's like, I just lost my 50-50.
His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that.
Seaman Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know? I don't know, like, he hasn't been breathing for the past, like, 30 minutes, man. He's been eating for over a week. He's got a big stomach.
The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no! Could that be?
He lost, like, what, 10 50-50s? That's a half by 10 chance. Oof.
Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. Probably.
Um, 1024. No, I mean, I'm seeing your messages over.
I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh, yes, a bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
The fucking... Wait, what was... I don't know, what's the fucking context? Had a fall, hit the ground awkwardly, broke his neck. Anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Oh, I think he actually did trip on the cat. Whoops.
Yes!
What did he try to write on the floor, actually? I don't think he wrote anything on the floor, actually. Because, well, like, I think, what's it called? Like, obviously, it says wardrobe in Russian, right? But, like, I can't tell what he is meant to have written, you know? Yeah, it just says wardrobe, but, like, we found a body? No. This is just him posing for a picture. He's, like, faking it, you know? Yeah. That was a plot point earlier, that he, like, supposedly wrote out wardrobe, and, like, that was saying that, oh, the person in the wardrobe's the one who killed me, but, like, yeah, Kazuma doesn't know Russian, so...
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed called my tongue, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. And, you know, I think the bell in that image is plenty fucking evidence. What happened? The cat literally did zoomies and then killed him by accident.
Please, no!
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Arrest that cat! Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that moment, he was relocated to another room to eat breakfast food for weeks!
No!
Well, we're at the ahead of everyone stage of the trial. Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova?
Shit.
In that instant, he lost his life. What about the writing? Yeah. That's something that we gotta, like, bring up later, I think.
What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Oh, we're doing it now. Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence, but somehow missed half of the bell that was just there. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose.
Yeah, I think she wrote it.
That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama's merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But...
And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, which is, 50-50 chance, Miss Pavlova is also trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
Whew. Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be hidden somewhere. Huh. Garbage.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Very sussy.
Yes!
Yes! Up. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket.
This is why dogs are better. I mean, he could very easily also trip over a dog. You know? I'm just saying, the chance, if there was actually the snake there, the chances of him tripping over the snake and dying, pretty low. Snakes are pretty, small.
Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Considering it's glass, it's really impressive that it didn't shatter into like 1,000,000 pieces.
Oh
no! Probably would have gotten bitten and died anyway. Hey, you don't know that. Maybe the snake is defanged. Maybe it's completely harmless. Other than, you know, the fact that it's strangling a man.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin?
Maybe the snake was a robot, perhaps.
Gah! You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I plead the fifth.
I don't know in that hushed Russian accent of yours. Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo.
You don't know, actually, brother, right? You actually don't know? Yeah. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... this.
Yes!
Check Discord later for a video. Okay, sure. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darkest collar,
the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the case of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka!
arrest that cat. They make the text green to match with the frame of the photograph. Yeah, I mean, the text is always green whenever you need to, like, present something.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Did the cat push a whole man off a table? No, that's too much effort. The cat simply stood under his feet as he was walking.
Elementary!
Mod, send that cat to jail. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
See, that's why she's got like a chokehold on it in the fucking picture, right? Because it's a wily one.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
Duh. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And this is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
Modern science. Modern science is crazy. We learned nothing from the fucking Black Plague, huh?
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
1926. I don't think it's even the 1900s yet. Are Naruhodo and Shom's gonna start banging? Not so soon after Kazuma's supposed death, which is just, you know, his breakfast Pop-Tart break.
tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Should've trained that cat. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
Yep. Cat killed him. He fucking did.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was... But, like, what about the headaches, though? We solved the murder, quote-unquote, but what about the headaches, though?
From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Burya is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of a ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over.
See, I don't fucking buy this bullshit, alright? I've been scorned by Danganronpa V3, okay? I know that this is bullshit. I know it's bullshit. He's not dead, okay? Either he's not dead and he'll die later, or he's alive and will stay alive. Okay? Okay? Good.
But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Taka is nowhere to be seen.
No, that's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. She went into his room. She went into his room, for sure. Because she's the one that wrote the fucking message, probably, right? I mean, there's a bunch of other Russian people on this ship, so I don't know.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am.
Wow, at least he realizes it. I only know something about himself, at least. Weren't there other cases in other games where something in one case is actually evidence for a second one? Yeah. And the evidence here is Kazuma, like, being alive, you know? It'll be used eventually, I swear.
When I woke this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Yeah, she doesn't want to get fucking deported for her cat, man. Yeah, or the headaches, true, yeah. Oh, hold on a minute. One of the Ukraine's taglines is "Heroes never die." Yeah, Kazuma is a hero because he saved my ass in case 1, you know? So he never dies. He's still alive.
What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship?
See, look, he likes it, guys. I told you. He loves it. I don't think the snake likes him, though. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Piroshko. Friend. Strong head. Yeah. His head is his snake's favorite plaything. Maybe the snake is giving everyone headaches.
What? What? That snake belongs to you.
He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. Bruh. You're part of the crew, and you're not supposed to have pets, brother. I did not expect to find them in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Oh, wrong fucking... Animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more, human? Who understands you better? No, no one will understand him as much as his snake understands him. He's the most powerful man on the planet. I agree. But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuous venomous snake! Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. It's not venomous. And they can even get venomous snakes defanged. No venom. Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. Like my darling babushka. It's venomless? His entire fucking theory out the window, man. Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see a big smile. No teeth, defanged. And, you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Oh my god, he feeds it rats! He fucking feeds it rats! That's what the fucking, like, mouse trap, the rat trap in the hallway's for. Wow. Ha! Like they say they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Imagine Sneak. Snitties even. Ridiculous. Some snakes naturally don't have fangs, maybe not defanged. Oh, interesting. Piroshko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah, oh, so is that what the mouse trap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Why don't you just have them pre-packaged, man? I guess they didn't have that 100 years ago. Had to drop out to grab dinner. I mean, you missed that the big reveal is that she actually had a cat and and the snake was this guy's all along. And he definitely disapproves of the, like, snitties and snilk theory. And we did, you know, arrest a cat for murdering Kazuma. Oh my god. Snilk and snitties, yes. Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. One imposter remains. He's fucking broken, man. He was so unbelievably wrong that he's like, what the fuck do I do with myself now?
It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role?
I love him. He's so dumb. Like, just the fucking phrasing of starring role is actual canonical proof that he is a theater kid, you know? His entire theory was wrong, and they always will be. It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. And my snake does not make snilk. And does not drink snilk. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. A cat with zoomies. Huh. This man likes snakes and sandwiches. Sandwich.
But hold on, we're not done yet. Hi, Billy Mays here with more case. You thought you were over? Psych, bitch.
Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. Go get medical help? He can't. The captain beat him up. Hi, Billy Mays here with Kazuma. As you can see, this man is eating an insurmountable amount of Pop-Tarts. He was actually alive this entire time. And you can get an insurmountable amount of Pop-Tarts for only 5 easy payments of $9.99. That's right, an insurmountable amount of Pop-Tarts, long enough to last you an entire game's worth, only for 5 easy payments of $9.99, and shipping and handling. But wait, there's more. Murder, I guess. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Insurmountable amount of cope. Well, the insurmountable amount of cope is not as big as the insurmountable amount of Pop-Tarts, okay? He's fine. Swear to God.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have the gift for knowing the truth.
I don't think that's true. You literally disproved his entire theory, Susato.
Hi, Billy Mays here. Pop-Tarts.
That's it.
But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Sholmes is still fucking grieving his his deduction being so thoroughly wrong on every account. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Motherfuck, how the fuck do you keep doing this? Ah, not again, when did you do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. His magic's so cool. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? You could say... yeah, you could say that. Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even.
It's okay, you can say it. You can say boyfriend, it's okay. This is a judgment-free zone, except for the fact that you're in handcuffs.
In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Listen, I may be stupid, but I am not a homophobe. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Oh, Kazuma. The truth about how you really died, about how that scene in your cabin really came to be.
Oh, shit. Woo! New track? Oh, shit.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent! Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. Fucking shit! I thought I could blame it on my stupid fucking cat! So then, shall we begin? Yes! What we should ponder first.
Is there a clown in this series? Oh boy, is there a clown in this series. Dude, you don't even fucking know. Like, back when fucking, oh fuck. Not Dual Destinies. Back when Spirit of Justice came out, that's AA6. Yeah, Sholmes isn't a homophobe, he's not a hypocrite. Yeah, true. Back when fucking, like, Ace Attorney 6, like, Spirit of Justice came out, there is a fucking clown character with big titties that bounce everywhere, and the amount of people that were, like, obsessing over the Clussy is insane. Like, they were so into the Clussy. It was, like, so stupid. Don't make me remember her. Yeah, Clussy, you heard me. Yeah, there is an entire circus, actually. There's an entire fucking case that revolves around, like, circus characters. Yes. It is, yes, exactly that, Jevil. Clussy Buck.
The victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside.
Partially unfamiliar with this series. Oh, please do yourself the dishonor of, like, of playing the rest of these games, because holy shit, they're like one of my favorite fucking games in the entire series.
Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten and that had climbed into this cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold on.
Wait! Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? Yeah, how could she have gotten the other half of the bell? Like, would it still have been attached to the collar? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. In my mind palace. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence! The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Fuck! Actually, which one?
It's gotta be this, right? Because he can't write in Russian, right? You looked up Clussy? Yeah, that clown has tits. Yeah, like, theoretically, I guess it would be possible if the bell broke and, like, half of it fell off and the other half stayed attached to the collar. Motherfucker about to play, start playing Blooming Villain in the background. I was referencing the BBC Sherlock adaptation, but, but yeah, it works for Persona as well, I guess. Assume both halves would fall. I mean, that's probably also true. That's probably it, honestly. But, like, I don't think I have... Actually, no. Because I don't have a piece of evidence that says, like, oh, like, the thing in her trash can, right? So, like... I think it's gotta be this. It has to be the writing, right?
Yes!
Yes! The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. Wow. I can't believe you, Naruhodo. You're, like, Kazuma is Mr. Asogi to you now? Like, what's with this professionalism? Like, where did the familiarity go? Yeah, supposedly written after he fell, but, like, the post-mortem says he died instantly. So... That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
Chat, can you confirm? Is Russian a simple language? It doesn't look very simple to me. That doesn't seem likely. Fuck no. It's actually not the point. Makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulted in instant death. Instant death.
Ah.
Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
Shit! That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What?
So Susato-san has noticed it too then. What? Wait. Huh? Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Huh? Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... Huh? Huh? Huh?
This is why I hate these Japanese homosexual twinks.
Yeah, I guess now it's the bell, but like, I feel like that's like plausible though, right? Like, because the cat was tripped over, he broke the bell. Cat could have brought the other half back into her room through the vent. But I guess, like, don't worry about it. It's the fucking bell. It's so flat here. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor.
But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know about all that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have satisfactory explanation. What's the flaw in that logic?
Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw.
What?
If that's really what happened, then how did... Okay, no, it clearly shows that... It clearly shows here that the fucking latch on it is also broken. So it could not have fucking possibly been brought back through the vent. How did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin?
Ah.
Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Fucking shit! Oh no!
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Osogi died last night in his cabin, or, you know, was relocated... Well, he wasn't relocated yet. He was just playing pretend, you know? She missed the other half of the bell because it's so flat. There was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's...
Oh shit. You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yes. And the only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. No, not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you fucking shut the fuck up right now, Sholmes? Forgive me, my dear fellow. I just like the sound of my own voice. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. Really stupid because, you know, we very clearly don't speak Russian. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there for the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? It's probably hidden somewhere else. Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. Oh, I guess. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. It's right under the lamp, though. That makes no fucking sense. He's trying to help you. He's dumb, though. He's not helping. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Oh, where'd your snake go, man? Seaman Stroganoff! Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. Hold on. Hold on. At 13? You guys were making her dance for ship entertainment at 13? Child labor! My favorite! You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal! Ah, so that's it. You say when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. Something about the government dog like in child labor, yeah. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. Ah, he's right.
But wait! I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from outside.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles, or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? The fuck, bitch? That's homophobic.
So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside.
Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it.
Actually cooking for once.
And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you?
He does have the uno reverse of this is homophobic. Yeah, like playing the gay card is an easy out of literally any situation.
Way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo?
Point out the telling signs that the method was used to slide the cabin door bolts across from the outside.
Books! Books, sir, the books!
Yes!
Yeah. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
They should just fasten everything down.
I believe, yes, that's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Ever had a physics class? Naruhodo?
Not at all. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? That's like the all-knowing encyclopedia. That's her superpower. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over these books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. Fact-checklopedia. Ancient Wikipedia, of course. We had to come into this cabin. We'd come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Oh, shit.
Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance.
Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga.
Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that.
Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed...
I'm sorry, Hosonaga, you're not gonna correct him? Okay. Inertia. See, how convenient that the body didn't shift at all, huh? The body didn't shift away from the fucking blood or anything?
The SS Buria made another emergency stop?
Yeah. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. And I don't remember doing that.
Oh yes, I remember that. I did blame you. I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. Kazuma's stunt double is just really, really heavy. I see. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
I don't know shit.
Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Just stop it. Duh.
Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm.
The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. One could only wonder. Wait! It was you! He is the one that fucking pressed the button earlier! When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed, it did a little earlier today. This fucking idiot stopped the entire boat. He does not give a fuck.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. And also like a 5-year-old. How dare you mess with sheep! I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what must we now consider?
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots! Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating! Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Oh, fuck the log.
Yes!
Would you hit the button? You get to hit a button, but you stop a fucking vessel that's in the middle of a murder investigation. Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. Why? You have problem with me? I turn you into sandwich, twink boy. And, no thanks, sir. The ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Your handwriting is very neat, sir. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
Well, the point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log.
That is... Duh! Because nothing happened. I got lazy, okay? My hand was cramping. I have carpal tunnel. What have you against this? But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Gulp?
Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burya.
Shit. We're not stealing, only safekeeping. Yeah.
Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Permanently borrowing for court reasons.
Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself.
Oh, why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's it's a good point. What of the throbbing? I'm sorry. Sorry, Sholmes, you can't just, like, drop a line like that out of context. What of the throbbing? What do you mean, what of the throbbing? I know you mean the throbbing headache, but that's, like... Don't... The throbbing? Please. Please just say the throbbing headache. Why do you have to leave it at the throbbing?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Huh.
Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
The throbbing!
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
The lightheadedness, yeah. But, you know, he really needed to emphasize how fucking bad it was. It was really throbbing.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too.
Again, even saying my head's been throbbing is... Just say throbbing headache. It clears it up. Please, God. This is a real... Take this evidence, shove it in their face and make them choke on it moment, you know? And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything's felt sort of hazy. Oh, they fucking drugged us. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. Everyone's had a throbbing head at one point or another. Please, God! I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up at all when that was happening to me?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes. Sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Kazuma looked after me as he usually does.
He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that.
Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
Head throbbing or head throbbing in a Mara way. Yes. That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
Drugs, my dear boy! Are you not familiar? Do they not have drugs in Japan?
I do so many drugs.
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that they poisoned everyone, but the chicken was the antidote somehow? That there was something wrong with the chicken?
Sholmes was just subtly flirting, actually. Is it subtle? Is it subtle when you're talking about the throbbing of your head?
I do.
No. Really? Is that true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug.
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? The throbbing. Would it be a good movie title? I'm sure it already is.
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Ah, but I do mean that, precisely! Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible.
I mean, what if they were vegan, though?
Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator!
What? Mr. Sholmes?
Well, seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this manner will get you nowhere.
Hello, Ved. Hello.
If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Shit.
Please, no more. I will tell everything. All right. I killed that man in cold blood! What of it? He was homosexual. It is against God. Okay?
Ugh.
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe, and also your former employers at age 13. Ah, I love living in 97 or whatever.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Oh, and you just ate it? And you didn't spit it out? What? Duh. We could not make all drug. How you say, dissolve? Ugh. Talk about heavy seasoning. The smartest protagonist. Smartest everyone on the ship. Everyone on the ship ate that fucking drug.
At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Burya slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. They were sleeping. Who fucking cares? Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Get the unsea juice. I'll check out whatever the hell you guys are posting on the Discord in like after this case. Oh, is it Pavlova? I don't know Russian. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Oh damn, this bitch killed a guy. Except she didn't kill a guy, she just relocated him to a different cabin where he's eaten an insurmountable amount of Pop-Tarts. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. Murder and a crime? Oh, I guess the murder is the crime. Murder and a locked room? My favorite. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. I'm just a little guy. I'm only a level 3 goblin. Oh. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas? But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry? You lost me. You can't I'm a little guy my way out of this one. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. I'm sorry, hear it with your eye. Do you mean see? Do you mean see, Sholmes? What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth.
Oh god, another one? Bro. Hear it with your eyes. He's got synesthesia.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please.
Oh my god, I didn't realize you could do this time stop screen too.
With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two
What the fuck is that word?
prevaricators.
Observation? Am I the only one with fucking eyes in this room? Why can't you look? He's a bit of a fool.
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. And Mr. Naruhodo, you are painfully slow.
Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Hello. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken.
No, when Kazuma was, transported to the break room with his Pop-Tarts. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Boop. Huh? Oh.
Yes!
Boop. Bop. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. I take it you don't change your uniform out every morning?
Eh? Yes, I don't know where this dirt comes from.
That is very clearly not dirt, my man.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain?
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman.
Allow us to make it plain!
It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I think what made it is clear.
Oh, I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it.
My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is the ink thing. Wait, where is it? Wait, where is it? Is it this? Oh, yeah, purple ink. Yes! It is. Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform.
Ink?
A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Usually that's reserved for royalty. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Pink, purple ink. I mean, yeah, in a sense.
All right, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything.
Cap.
I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it.
How do you know I was there?
And I pressed button to make Burya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. I like to believe they knew he was stowing away day one. Like, they knew he was stowing away day one, but they were like, we'll let those homosexuals be. But then, you know, he turned into a convenient scapegoat, so... As he does!
Beef, please!
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Like what? Like sheet. Like bed sheet. Like Amber Heard. No, bed sheet. White sheety. Hey.
Beef, please! You must help me. I may have killed a man.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on the floor. What happened here?
I don't know. I just pushed him and he died. Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend.
This is what I call my mod. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. My mod killed someone. My little furry mod killed someone. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupants lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel?
Beef, you talk too much.
The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead?
Miss Pavlova.
Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside.
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Mods, shuffle their spine like a deck of cards. God, even this like giant fucking burly hunk of a man that can survive being strangled to death by a serpent for like half an hour is scared of Susato when she's serious. Well, Miss Pavlova?
Duh. Oh. Yes, that is right.
I doubt.
I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
Doubt. X to fucking doubt. I fucking doubt this. He was alive. Listen, look at that. He was on the floor, not moving. Okay? He was on the floor, not moving. She didn't fucking check his pulse, okay? He's not fucking dead. And the post-mortem report is a fucking lie. I bet Hosonaga is in on it. He just bonked his head and he fell asleep and then he woke up and then he's like, this is actually a good opportunity for my boyfriend in the closet to like come out and be a cool lawyer and like do lawyer things over in England. And like, you know, all I need to do is just like initiate that character arc by giving him a tragic backstory, okay? You know? He's sleeping, I swear to God.
I understand, and I believe you.
So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last?
Ah! Something fairly nearly slipped my mind.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes? Better theory, we're still not past the first stages of grief. What is there to grieve when he's not dead?
This photograph, yes. I took this myself, you know.
Sholmes is in on it too, I swear to God.
The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled.
Yeah, so, okay. Hear me out. When you get your neck snapped, what part of the neck is getting snapped? It's not like the front of the neck, right? So, if he fell forward, like this fucking image would imply, right? Like, if he fell forward and, like this image implies, how would he snap his neck? You know? How would he fucking snap his neck? I think it's bullshit. They're gonna fucking bring this up in another case. And I'm gonna be like, ha, I fucking knew it. And he's gonna be alive. And it'll be cool. And it'll be fine. And they might kill him later. But, like, he's gonna be alive for now. You know? It's a real, like, Misty Face situation, you know? But, like, look, he can't fucking snap his neck falling forward. I think that's bullshit.
However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
Do none of you own a fucking kettle? What do you mean unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, well... He fist clench. Kazuma tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of the photographic print seems unnatural?
Yes!
You know, like, I have a kettle, but it's one of those, like, big kettles. It's not like one of the electric kettles that you just plug in. It's one of the ones that you put on the stove. But, like, granted, the only time I ever heat water up is when I make ramen, and I'm not using a kettle for that, so... Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right.
The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat.
Yeah, so he's sleeping. He's eeping.
Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something.
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty of robbing a corpse, of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please!
He clenched his fist out of pain before going to sleep. Maybe.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense?
To be continued. Fuck is that?
This is what I found.
Is that one of her earrings?
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks Looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before, while dancing around, I think. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo! That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Look with your special eyes. Oop.
She has such petite ears among that bleak, beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Oh, what's that? Wow, an identical earring? There's something dangling down from her ear.
Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look! It's a crescent moon.
Ah! Could be no doubt, surely. Okay, I gotta say it's from here, then.
Yes!
Yo. I'm sorry, your sister put a mug directly on the stove? What the fuck? How old was she? Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding onto it must have broken, I suppose. Ugh! What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. Ugh! Too young to be using a stove. Oh god. I don't believe it!
Fucking shit.
Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Sogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor.
Yeah, he did, and so I killed him.
In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh, no.
Angel? No one can protect you now. I'm not gonna be your defense lawyer, the fuck? Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Oh, he's bringing out the first name now.
Yes!
I thought it was he, but it was in fact Russian. You put a plastic cup in a microwave and the bottom burnt off and spilled chocolate all over the microwave plate. Rob. You know, that's a real Kenemata move. And when I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Oh.
Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was last in the cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day.
Shit.
Darko, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
See, here's the thing with, like, being stupid. Everyone's a little stupid. And I don't think people are, like, more stupid. It's just how you, like, weaponize your stupid, you know? You need to learn to harness that energy. And, like, aim it directly at your enemies, you know? That's how you win at life. She gently opened the door. Oh shit, there's a dead man in here. Oh. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? This is a voice I haven't been able to break out in a while, huh? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh?
Sorry, Nikolina Pavlova.
No! I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
I mean, it's... We have methods of communication already, man. Like, lady, the fuck? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. Oh, well, there you go, you fucking... Like, that answers it. You've performed there. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Well, give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Oh my god. No. No! No! Fuck! No. Oh my god. Wait, the fucking layout. No, she thought he was going for the fucking bell. God damn it. She thought he was going to ring the bell to alert everyone on the ship of, like, oh, hey, there's an escapee ballerina on the ship. But he was going towards the fucking wardrobe. God damn it.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? And it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Tarka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet.
That cat is a fucking assassin, bro. That cat is trained. She didn't train it, but that cat's trained.
And... as he turned around to look at me...
Oh! Oh, I felt that. What the fuck? What the fuck? I felt it.
I pushed him! I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
that's his impression of her. So real. I felt it. I felt like when they like brought that fucking bedpost to my face. Holy shit. Yeah, boat ride's almost over. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure that there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway.
Yeah, sorry about that, bro. But, you know, Angel is only 15. What are you? 47? You live good life. Angel's still young. She has much more child labor to do, okay? I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. I do not know what it says, but I'm not fucking with any ghosts, okay?
Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susata-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent.
I dragged young man's body to good place. Oh, okay, never mind. He just rearranged the body. But listen, he's still alive! He's still alive! I swear to God! And used ink that was spilling to write on floor. Like, what are the chances they actually checked that he was, like, alive or just, like, knocked out? I think he just got knocked out, okay? You know? I wrote wardrobe, so that a person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
I mean, if you only found one half, I feel like you should be looking for the other half, you know? Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway.
Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. Thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery.
Can you survive sharks? The best way to survive a shark is simply to rotate them. It's really funny. If you ever, like, look up, just, like, rotating sharks, or, like, like, divers rotating sharks, it's the funniest fucking shit in the world. Like, there's these... yeah, just grab it and turn it. Rotate it. Get fucking rotated, idiot.
There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of a ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
Shit! You're right! It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Ah, fuck! Fuck! Why did he have to say that? Why did he have to say that? Motherfucker. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Fuck!
He said an inspector was his friend.
Ah, yes, meaning me. Which means I'm doubly responsible for him dying. Fuck! Damn it! It was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense.
Oh damn, there's more? The fuck?
I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord?
Oh yeah, no.
I don't know.
The entire first trial in denial. Well, this is technically the second, but like this isn't even a trial. This is like fucking hours of investigation only. There is no court segment of this trial.
What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Who is the one person he would have confided in, you know, the most, in the most, like, tense moment on this entire boat ride, you know? Who was the one person he would have talked to first about this? Do you have any idea, lad? 'Cause I certainly don't. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin's been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all matters of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? I fucking wonder. I wonder.
Take that!
A girl does not know the homosexual mind. True. If she had known that he was stowing his gay lover away in the closet, poetic, honestly, then none of this would have happened. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly, like a baby. Me, 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 me. And such. I don't know how Japanese people sleep. Is there a kotatsu in there? Or what do they call them?
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter.
Sholmes, it's okay. It's okay. You can say that we're more than that. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's that dumb.
To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh, no! Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth.
But I do want to make sure you go to jail for this because I'm really lonely and I know this is just a prank and he's in some other room, but I've been really lonely this past day, okay? He gave me chicken, I passed out, I woke up in handcuffs and they weren't from him, okay? We have fuzzy handcuffs. These are cold and hard and metal. They're uncomfortable, okay? But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
Arrest this child! And her cat too! And so at long last, the boat case is over! The mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Yeah, it was pretty fucking sad. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Oh, you had a spare set of glasses? Okay, rich fuck.
Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard.
What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her?
Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. She'll just go to jail in England. But that's still better than the fucking working conditions they had at the ballet.
Mr. Sholmes can do that? Who gave this man any sort of authoritative power? So she won't be going back to Russia then?
No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life.
I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. Hey, look, no handcuffs. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but he's not dead. I feel it. Listen, I know you guys are like under some kind of NDA or something about it. This is all some kind of fucking ploy. He's like on another level of the ship. You know, you guys mentioned a fucking prison. Maybe he's in the cells down there, you know? I'll find him. I'll fucking find him. One day. It might not be during this fucking boat trip, but I'll find him one day, okay? Oh yeah, and there's a snake. Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. You would indeed like to see Seaman Stroganoff.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Oof. Yeah.
I did stow away after all. Couldn't really expect any different.
So you should get back to your cabin now.
My wardrobe, you mean? Fuck. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Man, I'm lonely. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh, it's me. Oh no, it's not me. Susato-san? Mood, bitch. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over, and it's all over now.
Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
Oh, you're going to make little old me go to Great Britain all by herself? But I'm just a girl! I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that.
Me neither. That's why I don't believe it. Susato-san, just be in denial with me. Be in denial with me.
He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams.
Little watery eyes, my weakness.
And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yeah, I know. Just believe in the him that... Believe in the me that believes in him, okay? He's alive, okay? I wish there was something I could say. Oh no, fuck. I wish there was something I could say.
Inspector.
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down.
I thought it was Sholmes, okay?
And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder.
Nobody blames you, Inspector. I'm free again now. What? Huh? There he is. Just, you know, had the timing off a little bit.
Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo!
What the fuck? I'm free! What is the meaning of this? There's the bastard.
Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles.
Is that foreshadowing? And am I gonna get arrested again later?
Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting.
Sorry?
So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? My boyfriend is dead, asshole!
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance, even though most of it was wrong. I'd like to thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences?
That's progress.
The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened.
Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant.
What was to be?
In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
I like how the... Wait, I like how the agreement is not like, oh, we're gonna take these 2 specific people. They're just like, we'll take any 1 lawyer and any 1 assistant. Like, that's so funny. Oh no, I don't care for me, but...
Poor Susato-san.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know.
All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but
anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. I'm sure that's enough to study for the bar exam. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
Miss Susato?
Yes.
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
Huh? You? But you can barely slam a table. But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law?
No. No, I'm not, but...
Shit. I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work.
But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Bro. With what materials? Do they just have the law books on the shelf there?
Mr. Naruhodo. That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days?
There's only one way to find out, bitch! I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learnt enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate.
But why put yourself in such a difficult position?
For Kazuma. Duh! He said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and now that he's, you know, in a food coma from all, like, that insurmountable stack of Pop-Tarts in the room that I haven't been allowed to go in, you know, I have to take up the mantle. And that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. Can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. Man, this is the second lawyer in the series to become a lawyer for their boyfriend's sake. What's he say, Mrs. Sato? Aww. We've never seen that on Susato.
I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you.
So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? And surely novelty is enough to bypass the law! Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination, give me cocaine! Sorry. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? But it's funny, though. Yeah, guys, we are his brain cells. We're gonna have to actually start fucking working over the next 40 days. Which we're gonna have to condense to a week because we're gonna be in Britain next episode next week, so... and you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. He is vehemently in denial, though. But that's okay, the other stuff makes up for it. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! Aww. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think, to get beaten up again. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. I will make Big Ben's time wrong. You can't stop me.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
The biggest fucking homie of all time. This man is risking every job he has, which is a lot because he keeps going undercover. We lived happily ever after except for Yunosuke because his boyfriend is dead. Except he's not. He's in a food coma. Coma from all the Pop-Tarts. I'm serious, man. I'm fucking serious. He's gonna come back. They would not pull a Mia again, okay? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? It seems like you have everything in that book of yours.
Yeah, okay. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma somehow would have wanted.
I mean, I've taken Kazuma's sword plenty of times, but never like this.
Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mrs. Sato. Seems like we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom.
Fuck.
We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes! It's exactly what I need! I will die. Oh my god. Guys, we're gonna fucking die. We are their brains. Like, we are Ryunosuke's brain cells, and we are going to be so overclocked.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Oh, goodness. What is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times.
What? I don't think I have the arm strength for that.
I should have never doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him.
Get ready for no sleep and copious amounts of caffeine. Hell yeah.
It should have been obvious to me from the start.
Hey, what is belief but, you know, without a little doubt?
But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior to judo toss you 3 whole times.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside.
No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times!
Oh, I thought it was 3. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must! Just take hold of me and throw me! Do it! Fucking pussy! Don't think about it!
No, I don't even know how! I've never thrown anyone in my life! My arms are fucking sticks!
Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You're still here?
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confessed I was most impressed. When did he see that?
He was peeping.
I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Yeah, usually Kazuma's the one that throws me to the floor.
Well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Oh my god, Jujutsu Kaisen? No way. Did you guys know that the fucking English title for Jujutsu Kaisen is Sorcery Fight? Which is the lamest fucking title for an anime I've ever heard in my life. Apparently it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me.
How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer.
There he goes, dancing around again. Hey, you danced around with him too.
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yeah, okay. Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course.
No, not again!
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Hi-ya!
Oh, god damn it.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Worse than Delicious in Dungeon. JoJo's Travel!
Actually, no, that was a Susato squash.
Bruh, how many fucking times is she going to, like, flip me on my ass? In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Yeah, it fucking would, gay boy. Karima? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan.
How gay is this man?
Very.
I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. God, you're so hot doing that. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Rinosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. Even, you know, my study tour itself, I'll sacrifice it so that you can have it. So you can have your character arc for unknown reasons. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. See, like, he's setting up too many plot beats and he didn't tell me what the fucking important thing is, so he's gotta come back. Here's my fucking theory. Okay? Here's my fucking theory. Like, he knows that I can handle the, like, front-facing lawyer stuff because he's like, wow, you're actually really good at lawyer stuff. And, like, if he, like, fakes his own death, he can go sneak around and, like, do sneaky shit in the background, you know? Like, listen, it works out. He's alive. He just ate a lot of Pop-Tarts, ate a lot of oatmeal, ate a lot of cereal, drank a lot of milk, okay? An important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Because it would be one thing if he told me what it was and then I carried it out, right? But I think he's gonna do it in the background. Like, he's gonna do it in the background while I do lawyer shit so that nobody suspects a thing, you know? I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Crash course candidates. Whoo! Guys, we did it! What's the next one? The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Oh my god. Wait, I remember this one. Because I think the first 3 cases. I don't think I did this or the 5th one. I don't think I did these 2, but I did this one, I think. Is this the one with fucking the leprechaun man? I think so. Oh god, guys. Ah, fuck, no. Guys, we fucking did it. I hope you guys are ready to study law for the next week. That's like a condensed month, which is already a condensed several years of study. So, I hope you guys are studying law for the next week. There's only so many brain cells to work together on this. So, we gotta go overdrive with this, you know? He choked on a Pop-Tart and died. No, he's fine. You'd rather study the fish? Okay, some of us can be dedicated to studying the fish. Others of us have to actually learn the law shit. Oh, you know what? Okay. We could get, like, pure smarts from just studying the fish. Okay, Robert, you can be, like, the gay brain cell. You can be exclusively, like, the gay one. You could be exclusively the gay one. And everyone else, you guys can go on, like, evidence collection, you know? And, we'll just wing it in court, you know? We'll fucking wing it. We don't know actually how law works, but I'm sure it's exactly the same as being a detective, right? It'll be fine.
The trademark gay brain cell. Yeah, 10 total brain cells here today. That's so many. That's why he was able to solve this murder. You guys are doing great. Yeah, you guys, okay, just separate yourselves into whoever's doing, like, fish studying, whoever's doing gay, whoever's doing actual, like, law shit, okay? And we'll be ready for Great Britain next week, alright? Alright. Yeah, do mitosis, split yourselves into, like, new viewers, and study hard. Randall Wilmara? Oh god. Okay. I'll see you all next time. I'll be streaming Hi-Fi Rush on Thursday. And this game will be back next week. So, I'll see you all then. Bye-bye!